Okay, just checking everything. Alright. One moment. Okay. So, hello there, welcome back to the stream. As you can see, I've actually spent some time leveling up, so we're at the prerequisite level. And we can keep going until eventually either we're at level 90, or we're close to level 90, which I hope that doesn't happen. So, this is exciting, because we now have the Ark, and we're about to meet, finally, Falchinord has accepted Alfinod, Alize, and all of us, and finally cracked from his very obnoxious attitude throughout the whole story. And now we are about to see Mama Hydaelyn. We make for the lift at the center of this chamber. Come. Oh, wait a minute. I actually just forgot what it... Okay, I'm back. Let's continue. God, how long did they spend making this thing? This is way too high tech. God damn. As you all know, alongside our physical world exists an ethereal plane, what we refer as the ethereal sea. At the heart of the star, the physical and ethereal are one and the same, thus the deeper we go, the easier it becomes to pass between said planes. We utilize this principle in constructing the anti-tower, and once more here in the Ark, I'm assuming. Or here, oh wow, what is that? No sooner did the Forum decide to withdraw from Eorzea than we began our project. Our work culminated in a device that allowed us to peer deeper into the ethereal sea than ever before, in search of Hydaelyn's ever fainter echoes. The Atlioscope? Or Atioscope? And you communicate with her through this device. For a time, yes, but since the 7th Arbor Calamity, it has been rare to hear even a whisper. If you wish to reach her, you must journey closer to the center of the star than we have ever dared, beyond the Atioscope. Okay. Even so, I make no guarantee that you will find her, nor of your safety. We understand, but if we are to deliver this world, we need to talk to her. I know. I only wish we could do more than observe your progress from afar. The Itioscope's ocular lens, by which we may peer into the ethereal sea without placing ourselves in a hazard, lies above us. Through it, we can watch and guide you. In those swirling depths, there are pockets of ether so dense and turbulent that they can unravel one's soul. If we determine that you are at risk of coming into contact with such a pocket, we will recall you with teleportation magics. Please, allow me. I have thought upon this much, and in truth, I do not believe that I am fit to join you in the trials ahead. The events of the Tower of Babel drained me, yes, but even before that, your capabilities are far outstrip my own. This is no time to have a weak link in our vanguard, no matter how much she may wish it were otherwise. If I assist in the matter that Master Fortuno has laid out, however, I may still be of use. Will you trust in me to do so? I can't think of none I trust more, compared to all the efforts you put into keeping us alive while our souls were in the first, preventing us from dissolving into ether on a singular expedition ought to pose no challenge at all. And even if we did, I expect you would hunt us down and restore us to health somehow. You flatter me, but rest assured that I will be keeping a close eye on all of you. There is one more thing. Those in ages past refer to the ethereal sea as the underworld, our final resting place. In its embrace is memory washed away, leaving only the purity of one's soul, or so we believe. Yet what of these memories, few think to ask what became of them, cast adrift on ethereal tides. Some theorize that they linger for some time. In those depths, memories of the departed may even coalesce around you, for hatred or for love. Thus do I caution you to be wary, but also have faith. Remember those who did gladly extend a hand to you, that they may lift you up upon once more. So it is Itioscope, okay. Damn.
Right then.
Yeah, why not?
I stand ever ready.
The Northern Empty, the Itioscope. Wow, this looks sick.
All seems in order with the lens, and I trust you can hear me.
Hey, Cryo.
Those things are pure malcontent. The residue of lives unfulfilled.
Are we gonna see familiar faces in this place? That is the question.
You're mine! You're mine!
So far, so good.
You're mine!
Sinking cynicism. Wow.
You're mine!
I will not hold back.
Ilber? You piece of shit.
You're mine!
If I may?
Okay, his health ain't going on. What's up? What's going on? Who is this other light? Oh, never mind, his health is going down now. In a rush of familiar wisdom, the memory of a principled scion takes home. Oh, Papalimo! God, Livian. Holy shit, really? Ow.
Gloves are off. Gloves are off.
You're mine!
There.
I will not hold back.
Ah.
My turn! You're mine!
Allow me. Allow me.
Alright.
Follow the flow of ether. It will guide you.
Crazy bitch, I know your backstory after playing Shadowbringer's Post.
The
You
ether
crazy,
is too dense.
you crazy, crazy
I'm
lady.
losing you.
Holy shit, wow, what a shot.
If I may.
My turn!
Who is gonna be the boss of this dungeon, though? Like the final boss of this dungeon.
If I may.
Monbrita? Definitely more burrito. Oh, chiffon. Aww. Okay, this is easily the best dungeon as of now.
You might!
Gloves are off. I will not hold back.
Alright, what cycle is gonna come? I'm betting Heaven Sword. Oh, wow, really? You? Oh no, he's come back. He's come back for revenge of being made a joke as the hardest trial in the game. Oh, okay. Holy shit. crap.
There.
Gotta be honest here, buddy. You're still really easy. Oh shit, wow, this is so cool. Okay, give me a moment. This is too cool not to pass up. Alright, let's move on. Let's see, who are you? Oh, Minfilia!
My turn!
Man, this dungeon is sick. Oh, whoa. A new tier of materia? Oh, Minfilia. Thank you.
If I may. If I may.
Gloves are off.
Man, how are they gonna top this dungeon? Come on, where's the healing equipment? It's you, isn't it, Amon? It is, alright. Time to kick your ass.
Is as far as you go. Oblivion beckons!
Time to put you down, you fucking bitch.
Many faces have I worn, but this is my favorite by far! You will persist in this folly no longer!
That's a really cool effect for the
The
UV.
stage is set!
Oh, what is this? Oh, what the fuck? Okay. Okay, now I know what that is.
Let the curtains rise for the main attraction!
Shiva! And, what's her name? Isel! Thank you!
Ma, what a boorish audience you are!
Hold still.
I will not hold back.
Sorry about that. This side.
Something special for you.
This is going to leave a mark. I will not hold back.
And the bitch is down. Take that, asshole.
Lies! All lies! Your dreams, your hopes, your futures, delusions and lies!
Oh, come on. Not a single healing equipment. So how does this work? Deals unexpected damage to all enemies in a straight line before you with a potency of 330 for the first enemy and 40% less for the all remaining enemies. Restore your own HP and HP of all within. Okay. That was a great dungeon. I'm just gonna say that out. I think this is... I need to see the next dungeon, but this is easily the best dungeon of Endwalker.
My very essence begins to wane. Sweet, sweet agony.
Leave this to her.
Come to deal the coup de grace. Good. Watching you struggle against the inevitable is bad comedy. Erase me from existence, soul and all. How would you know that name? Then it was you. In Elpis. With Emet-Selch. The final pieces fall into place. In my halcyon days, as the mortal Ammon, I was haunted by a dream. Night after night, the faceless multitude, the voiceless cries, shards of shattered memories. But slowly, the fog began to clear. This was Elpis. And I was Hermes. Recurring though it was, I paid this dream little heed. It was only when I was granted the seat and memories of Fandaniel that I knew these visions to be true. They were the memories of Hermes that he himself erased using the power of Kairos. Or so he thought. In his attempt to burn away the events of that fateful day, he succeeded only in searing them more deeply into his soul. My soul. Death failed to expunge them. No matter how many times it came. Rebirth after rebirth, from one Fandaniel to the next. I wonder, is Emet-Selch adrift somewhere in this ethereal sea? In defeat, finally remembering your time together in Elpis? How it must gall him to be entrusted with knowledge of the final days, only to be rendered powerless to act upon it. So many lifetimes dedicated to restoring his beloved Amarok in blissful ignorance.
Man, what an asshole.
Oh,
Hermes,
folly.
you are such an ass. Hermes, Amon, Fandaniel, whoever. You're all assholes.
Make no mistake. My life as Hermes is not the reason I invited the world's end. I have lived. I have struggled. I have dredged the very depths of despair. And in the detritus of existence, I found the truth. I served a great ruler, powerful beyond measure. The world his dominion. Yet even he and his vast empire were destined to fall, to become one with oblivion. At the end of life's journey lies only death. So I ask you, why live at all? We betray, we torment, we murder. We are wicked, spiteful creatures, without exception. If life is so sacred, so precious, why fill it with such misery? Man wallows in a hell of his own making without purpose or meaning. To live is to suffer, and I would end that suffering by my own hand. It matters not if it flies in the face of all believed right and just. Death is the only solution! That is my truth, my answer to the question. And yet, even as the words pass my lips, I am filled with doubt. Has my search reached its end? Was this the only way? After all these years, is this the answer I was hoping for?
The lamentations of the damned. How it vexes me to see your conviction falter at the last. Fandango. Still clinging to existence, I see.
Who is this?
Who champion death so fervently, unwilling to accept your own,
Asahi?
refusing to be purified and swept into the sea of souls. As do I. We prisoners to men, watching as the world turns. Though unlike me, you will be spared the ignominy of having your corpse made a puppet.
Oh yeah, it's definitely Asahi.
To another's tune.
Is that Asahi?
How very astute. But let me be clear, I have not come to consort with the likes of you. Nor have I come to bemoan the state of the world following my untimely demise. In fact, I delight in mankind's downfall and the anguish it brings the savior of the savages. If I played some small part in the chaos, all the better. Not that I was in any position to resist. But to be made accomplice to the betrayal of Lord Xenos. I would die 1,000 deaths to exact my vengeance.
You know he doesn't care about you, Asahi. Xenos couldn't give a flying fuck about you.
Now you are at my mercy. I shall drag us both into oblivion, and you will never see the fulfillment of your magnum opus. Even should you be reborn, your desperate search for answers must start again.
And what might that be? My wish is all but granted. To die and take you all with me.
Don't try to follow me. I had more of you people than I could stomach in life. Never mind in death.
Likewise. I pray we do not meet again.
You had better hope not.
That was an interesting way to end battle, to conclude that villain.
Come. Hydaelyn is waiting.
Brave travelers, I welcome you.
Oh, wow.
I see. Thou didst journey under Elpis. And now, the rivers of time converge.
Okay, time to turn off G-Shade, because she's basically just a white piece of canvas.
I know why you have come. Yet I would hear you speak your reasons all the same.
That's a hell of a design there, Hydaelyn.
You created the moon to deliver mankind from the final days. But is that really how it has to end? We do not wish to abandon this world. We want to protect the source and all of its shards.
To flee is but one of two paths. The other leadeth to Meteon, far beyond the stars, where she doth chant creation's requiem. Her domain is formed of dynamis, pure, absolute. Where emotion and memory govern all, ether will avail you naught. Meteon hath gathered the pain and despair of countless stars, and to go unprepared is to go unto your doom.
We'll beat her. We'll win. I swear it. Is what I might have said once. After everything I've seen, all the times I've succumbed to my own anger and fear. I can no longer pretend that courage and faith will be enough. But are we truly so powerless? That our only choice is to flee?
Far from it, my child. Long ago, the inhabitants of myriad stars, many more prosperous than Atheris, sought to free their worlds from life's woes. Sorrow and anger, conflict and hostility, despair, and even death itself. But as Meteon reported, every attempt ended in failure. Darkness abideth within every living being, and can never be cast out. Neither reason nor faith can challenge this immutable truth. To live is to suffer. And in suffering, find strength and purpose and hope. As you have done so many times before. Thou dost pursue an impossible dream, yet knowing this, you pursue it nevertheless. And thou hast learned to depend on others as they do thee. Thy yearning for the power to save the powerless hath ever driven thee to greater heights. Thou hast grown strong. Though those closest to thee no longer walketh by thy side, their love remaineth thy guiding light. For duty's sake, thou hast been bound by truths unutterable time and time again. Yet thy heart hath never wavered, as thy companions will attest. In thy pursuit of mysteries great, all thou believest is brought into question. Undaunted, thy thirst for knowledge remaineth unquenched. The fires of hatred that once burned in thy heart burneth no more. From their ashes doth spring the light of love, warm and pure. As witness to black calamity, thou despaired at man's helplessness. Resolved, thou didst unite a distant world on the brink of collapse. And thou, my champion, when all did seem lost, thou never abandoned hope. For every trial and every foe that did bar thy way, thou hast proven equal to the challenge, drawing courage from the many bonds forged on thy journey. You have all known despair, and though the end approacheth, you walk on, heads held high. Therein lieth your power, the strength to silence the song of oblivion.
Then there is a means to confront her.
Yes, if you should prove yourselves worthy. Hark!
Oh, wait, are we gonna fight Hydaelyn? Oh shit!
Nigh impossible is it to send mortals to the edge of the universe. Should you fail, there will be no second chance. As the will of the star, I ask of you this. Do you possess the fortitude to stand firm when all around you doth crumble? Do you possess the faith to vanquish despair itself? Should you lack the strength to best a supreme deity, I cannot allow you to make the journey. You must leave this star and never return.
Holy fuck.
Prove ourselves worthy, eh? Sounds straightforward enough.
Aye. No room for confusion there. In any case,
case. We've come too far to back down now.
I am of the same mind. What power I have, I shall bring to bear.
The three of you seem to be forgetting who we're up against. It's not every day we battle a divine being of untold power. Well, not quite every day. Do try not to get underfoot. Needless to say, there'll be no margin for error.
Let us hold
No, I'm hyped on the song.
people of this world and those beyond the rift.
Alas, the question I posed to thee in Elpis hath remained unanswered these long years. I would hear thy response, warrior of light. Shouldst thou emerge victorious?
Okay, time to fight mommy. The Mother Crystal now accessible. Wow, really? I can do a trial with the trust system. Oh, this is definitely going to be done with trust, but first I gotta take care of something. Okay. Who do I bring for this? Oh, everyone? Holy. Yeah, that's right. 8 people. Duh. Oh shit. Oh, this is awesome.
I, the last of my kind, shall test thee. Come, prove thy worth.
Alright. Let's do this.
Have you the strength of will to alter man's fate?
Hold still.
A change of arms. May the test continue.
I will not hold back.
Allow me.
Where near or far.
You're mine!
And now this.
Tis a most fearsome familiar!
Okay, 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 I see it now. Ugh.
Familiar.
Guessing back away.
By blade!
Okay, so that's a cross.
Something special for you.
You underestimate
Okay,
me.
so this back away.
Light unyielding!
Yeah. So goddamn it, Estinian, Alize, get away. Cross.
By blade!
I have you now.
Crystals of light! To me!
Oh shit.
Here!
Feel, think.
The soul of
fuck.
creation's end! Feel!
This would hurt.
The sorrow at hope's demise! Think! Find your way in the darkness!
You underestimate me.
Ah, this is fucking sick.
You underestimate me.
Follow your light! Or fly, my children, and never look back!
Holy fuck!
Then you are resolved.
We can't succeed.
This test is far from over.
Oh, why did the red mage cast? God damn it, that's hard to see.
My turn.
You now.
Allow me.
Get close. All right.
Where near or far,
This will hurt.
I have you now.
where high or low,
Oh!
light unyielding. Refulgence eternal!
You underestimate me.
My turn!
This cross here.
Succumb not to fear!
Hold still.
Oh, what the fuck? Oh, the flood of light! Get in.
Where near or far!
Something special for you. My turn!
Get out.
Light on you!
Straight line.
By blade!
Oh my god, that almost killed me. So I forgot I had this. Oh, luckily for this. Yeah! Oh, that was amazing. That is awesome. What a fucking trial.
At last, man has the strength to...
Oh fuck, that was awesome. Holy shit.
can't be happening.
Though my power is in constant flux, I have always kept a reserve for this very moment. It was a true test of your prowess. You have done well.
There is one thing I must ask. By sundering the world into 14 shards, the ether of all living beings too was divided. This reduction would in theory allow us to more easily interact with Dynamis. Having seen mankind brought to the very precipice of extinction, you wished for us to develop a means to overcome despair. You believed we had the potential, and sundered all creation to see it fulfilled, to deliver us to that swirling maelstrom of Dynamis in which our foe hides, and grant us the power to defeat her once and for all. Is this not true?
It is as thou sayest. 'Twas the trial to which I subjected mankind, and it hath led to untold bloodshed and suffering. There was no kindness, nor justice in the tragedy I wrought. When confronted with the almighty Zodiac, my only recourse was rend him and the world asunder, that his power be diminished for a time. And so it came to pass. Now you, my chosen, have surpassed my expectations, surpassed me. I entrust the fate of the universe unto you. This crystal contains the memory of Meteion's passage through the stars. Deliver it unto the Loporrits. They will guide you to her.
Though they may be capable of crossing great distances, there is a vast difference between traveling to the moon and the furthermost reaches of the great expanse. And unlike Meteion, we cannot simply soar on waves of Dynamis to our destination.
Indeed. To make such a journey would require an astronomical amount of ether. But a solution lieth close at hand.
Of course.
Yes, my child. Ever since I became the will of the star, the ether drawn here had slowly crystallized. They who have answered my call know it well. While I have remained hidden, it hath become the embodiment of the planet's will in my place. A faceless, omnipotent force of nature. The Mother Crystal, our final hope. Alas, I can do no more. The fulfillment of this task doth fall to you, my chosen. Now, heed these words. Darkness and light, despair and hope. As goeth one, so goeth the other. Become light, become hope. I have a gift for thee. Come closer. Long have I searched for a means to safeguard the future of this star. Though I knew failure after failure, by recalling thy tales and my promise to thee, I found the strength to carry on. Though the world is ever changing, thy thirst for adventure hath never waned. Thine unshakable resolve never ceases to amaze, to inspire. As a mark of my gratitude, I bestow this final gift. Thou dost possess the crystal of Azan, yes? As Hydaelyn, I reside over the forces of stasis, tranquility, peace. The laws which impart stability to existence itself. I will weave this self-same power into the crystal, granting thee mastery over matter, to give form to the formless. Use it wisely, or it will not last indefinitely. As thou hast seen on thy journey through the ethereal sea, souls are drawn to thee. Mayhap this trait will prove to be a boon rather than a hindrance. It is thy hopes and prayers that enable Azam's invocations and give them life. So keep them close. But pray, remember this. When the way forward is hidden, even from the mind's eye, look not to the invocation, but within yourself. These were the words of the crystal's original bearer. With that, my work is finished. Fulfill our promise. Right the wrongs committed when the world was yet whole. Silence the song of oblivion. Teach her a brighter melody. Show her our journey is far from over.
Aww.
Of this, I have no doubt. For yours is a light brilliant beyond measure. Long after I have gone, though not even my soul remaineth, my love will be with you forever, my dearest children.
Aw, man. Oh. Farewell, Hydaelyn. Oh, man. Damn. I am glad to see you well, though we could roughly place your soul deep as you went. The fluctuations in your ether near the end gave me quite a fright. What in the world happened? You mean to say Heidelin is... No, there's no time to feel our feelings. We must carry out Heidelin's will without delay. We'll find Meteion if it's the last thing we do. If you wouldn't mind handing over the crystal, that is. The fancy navigatory one. To the edge of the universe, where congregates the despair of countless stars, you are determined to see this through. We are. Should words fail us, we will fight to the bitter end. I know that it pains you to accept this. Would that I need ask nothing more of you. The forum's decision will be honored. You have earned the right to use the ship as you see fit, and I could not rescind it even if I wanted to. As it happens, I do not and would do all within my power to aid your cause. With that settled, might I suggest you rest a while? Proving oneself to Hylian is never easy, and despite our unparalleled genius, we'll need a day to make the necessary calculations. You may as well take advantage of it. You can chart a course through the sea of stars in a single day. Ye gods. Shall we head above ground for some fresh air then? And perhaps a nap? Aha, I've been expecting you. I heard about your foray into the ethereal sea. The students have ventured far and wide, but never quite so deep as that. Are you experiencing any after effects from your prolonged exposure? Nausea, dizziness, hauntings? Well, have a pleasant sleep, and if you do experience any unusual phenomena, please let me know. I shall add it to your records.
There you are.
And who are you?
Some time, indeed. Yes. For you, at least.
Teithlodeus.
Believe me, I'd meant to get some proper sleep. But here we are, drifting along instead. Well, well, you too. And so we remain, to watch and wonder. Yes, indeed. To begin, we first must see the end.
Mira, I trust you've had good rest. An envoy of Master Fortune arrived not long ago with a message. The Loperids have determined Meteon's location. We've been asked to gather at the Rostra. I'll meet you there along with the others. Everyone appears to be present and accounted for. Good. As you know, the Loperids have deduced the whereabouts of Meteon by the means of the crystal bequeathed to us by Heidelin herself. Your quarry's location is a place far beyond the moon, in the farthest reaches of the Sea of Stars, at the edge of creation. A veritable Ultima Thule. Indeed, how then are we to reach it? An excellent question. Luckily for you, I have an equally excellent answer. In theory, with its advanced propulsion system, the moon is capable of delivering you to Ultima Thule, but the myriad other facilities housed within would greatly impede travel through the Sea of Stars. Even the Mother Crystal may not possess ether enough to bear so massive a vessel to our destination and back. However, if we integrate our Hyper Hopper into your Afterburner, you should be able to fire things up and jump your way to the end of the universe in no time. Father, does this mean? Bear in mind this decision was not made solely at my discretion, but with the consent of the Forum. Hearing the Loperid's proposal, the Forum was faced with a grave decision. To commit the Ark to this endeavor would mean abandoning both our plans to evacuate to the moon and to resettle on another star. Needless to say, the proposition invited fierce debate. In the end, however, the Forum was swayed by the simple fact that Haydn believed he possessed the strength needed to overcome this crisis. The Great Exodus was, after all, a plan of Heidelin's own making. Therefore, if in the 11th hour she would proffer another means by which we may seek salvation, we would be fools to dismiss it out of hand. Indeed, she sacrificed everything, her very existence, to avert the destruction of this star. This is why we have chosen to place our faith in Heidelin, in you. the Ark will be made ready for your voyage to Ultima Thule. What of all the people that have labored so tirelessly to prepare for the evacuation? They must be furious. I would not be so sure. They have not forgotten your deeds on the Magna Glacis. Nor did your instrumental role in orchestrating the delivery of adamantite go unnoticed. No, the people do not protest. Quite the contrary, they have expressed unwavering support for you and your mission. Are the Loports too willing to abandon the Exodus? Were you not listening? When we say we are born of Hydaelyn's love for Aetheris and its people, if it means your survival, we would do anything to help. And you'll most certainly have need of our expertise when you're going. There's no guarantee Ultima Thule is a place that supports life. An otherwise vexing problem our know-how can remedy. Besides, Hydaelyn chose us to lead the way to Meteon. Why else would she give you a crystal only we can decipher? But more importantly, we were perfectly content to evacuate Aetheris until you brought us here, Urianger. Now we're enamored with the place, so what choice do we have here but to save it? Of course, none of this is possible without you and the science, so I must ask, are you certain you wish to do this? Very well. We shall inform the Forum of your decision and begin preparations to bolster the Ark with the Hyper Hopper. The Loports will coordinate with the Ilsabad contingent to have the necessary components transported via the Tower Babel. Of course, it will take time until the work is complete. For now, pray take your ease. 'Twould seem there is naught to do but rest and prepare, shall we? Well, not exactly. Since I'm level 90 already, I can finish up that, the White Mage, the Healer quest, side class quest. Ere we depart, we must leave nothing undone. Quite, though it is difficult to conceive of how one can best prepare to brave a domain where Dynamis governs all. Nevertheless, Hydaelyn deemed us worthy of the trial that await. For lack of any feasible options at this late stage, let us trust in her judgment and face Meteon. Which leaves the not so small task of coordinating our efforts here to you and Tataru. If all goes to plan, we'll be back before you know it. I certainly hope so. We will be praying for your return. For your safe return, mayhap it will affect the dynamics for the better. With that settled, we should get some rest, and make the most of the time we've been afforded. The meeting's over, is it? You were in there for so long, I started to worry. What did they have to say? We're going to the far edge of space. The edge of creation, I see. Rest assured everything will remain in order until you return. And you will return. Yes, ma'am. Actually, Mira, could I borrow you for a moment? Looks like your plans for the interim are decided. When the two of you have finished, meet us back at Baldassian Annex, alright? Come with me to Agora. I have something to show you. Welcome here. Welcome to Taru's boutique. Say, what? Faced with this unprecedented crisis, I knew you would need an ensemble unlike anything I've created before, and that I wouldn't be able to do it alone. And so, after enlisting the aid of the world's finest artisans, I finally completed my career-defining masterpiece. But then inspiration struck and I saw a golden opportunity just begging to be seized. With the help of some Thavnarian refugees, I've decided to set up shop here in Charlian. Of course, I would never charge you for any of our works, perish the thought. Varsa Ruth, how are things coming along? Everything is in order, Mistress Tataru. We'll be ready to open shortly. Which is why I brought you here, to be our very first patron. Would you mind waiting here a moment longer? Ah, I did not expect to find you here. Hey, Vitra. I imagine Idana would also wish to offer her regards. Alas, after delivering our dragon scales to the engineers, she remained to assist with their work on the Aether Burner. This simulacrum, too, will stay in Charlian, while I oversee matters in Razatan. It is a rather convenient means to keep abreast of developments pertaining to the final days or anything else. It allows me, after a fashion, to watch over my people in this distant land. Varshan, I was hoping you'd stop by. I can't thank you enough for allowing your artisans to work with me here at the boutique. Please, it is I who should be thanking you. This establishment has restored a sense of normalcy to their lives. You have blessed them with newfound purpose and a means by which to support themselves in these troubled times. What's more, when they at last return home to Razatan, the experience and knowledge they have gained in your employ will no doubt prove a boon to the artistry and commerce of our land. In fact, I came here to see how your new employees are settling in, and to express gratitude for granting them this opportunity. It's an opportunity for me as well, believe you me. Your artisans have taught me so much about Thavnarian craftsmanship. Their resourcefulness and ingenuity are nothing short of inspiring. I pray you every success in your endeavors, Mistress Tataru. Before coming here, I heard word of the forum's decision of what will soon be attempted. Indeed, it was the last bastion, for the flame of every other star he encountered had likely been extinguished. In the boundless dark, the light of brimming life must have been blinding in its splendor. You journey into the heavens to protect that light. May the scales of my kin serve you well. I have faith that you will prevail and restore peace and tranquility to this star. Now you should be honored to receive. We should be honored to receive you. There is still much of Razatan you have yet to see. Forgive me, but I must take my leave. For you, fare you well, and remember, the people of this star have not given up hope, and neither must you. Alright, so who else is gonna show up? Ugh, where must I go to get a meal with some flavor in this wasteland of taste? Mira, old girl, my, whatever are you doing here? A new boutique, you say? I had been meaning to expand my wardrobe. Yes, something with a little more flair, perhaps befitting a man of my station. Though I have nowhere to flaunt said raiments so long as my confinement continues indefinitely. I, the young Lord Fortoms, insists that so long as there is work to be done, no matter how trivial, I must abide here in Charlion. Thus do I toil, though every fibre of my being rails against it. Why, I've even suffered the company of that brute Sicker to see supplies transported in a timely fashion. Yet he was the one granted leave this morning to participate in some supposed covert operation. So I suffer instead for his otherwise welcome absence, now burdened with extra busy work and without honor it. Here, there is no one to help. I came here in hopes of finding a nice cafe, perhaps. Alas, the Charlian delicacies I've sampled were lacking in every aspect. The cafe over the pier. Their cuisine didn't appear all that appetizing, but if you vouch for their cooking, then perhaps I will give it a try. Thank you for the suggestion, and ta-ta for now, old girl. It's tempting I was to say Archon Love. I'm not that cruel. For now. Well, well, is that Mira and Tataru I spy? Hancock, what are you doing here? You said you were returning immediately after dropping off your cargo. Yes, that was my original plan. After all, any expertise required aside from the delivery of goods. But what manner of entrepreneur would squander an opportunity to study the markets of the Northern Sea? Worry not, I will return straight away to Kugane once I have finished. Of course, you would find a way to turn this crisis to your advantage. She wounds me, the industrious woman running a few businesses. I am not blind to the travails of those who fight in the front lines. Indeed, I have every confidence they will succeed, and I would make myself and my business ready for their return. If you believe in them so devotedly, then why not put your money where your mouth is? Fair enough, Tataru, fair enough. There is naught more I can do to help ready the Ark and her heroes for their maiden voyage, but on your return I shall host a grand celebration in your honor at the Bokairo Inn. Accommodations are quite costly given the reputation of said establishment, but the East Aldenot Trading Company would be honored to foot the bill. Oh, woman of tart taste, I see. Yes, there will be lemon cakes and much, much more. The finest delicacies the world and Lord Lorito have to offer. But let us speak more of this upon your return, lest I draw even more of Tataru's ire. Until next time. Ah, Mira, decided to spend your time at the markets, did you? Hey, if it isn't these guys. Hey, Biggs and Wedge. Tataru! Biggs, Wedge, I take it work on the arc proceeds apace? Aye, it does indeed. Collaborating with the greatest minds of Charlian and Razatan has been a rewarding experience, and that's to say nothing of what we've learned from the Loperids. The arc is unlike anything we've ever had the pleasure of work on. Even Nero was rendered speechless on more than one occasion. I can't wait for you to see it. And you'll never guess who paid us a visit before we came to Charlian. Alpha. I think he sensed the coming danger and returned to check on us. He was always one to turn up in the end, up in the time of need, and I suppose that's why he decided to join us here in Charlian. Good thing too. I don't know how he does it, but he has a knack of brightening your day just by being there. It's still hard to believe we have the means to send you off into the great expanse, though. To the farthest known reaches of, well, everything. I never thought I'd live to see such a marvels. More often than not, you and the Scions are the catalyst that sparks the need for these great innovations. To think how much I'd have missed out on had I not been a member of the Ironworks. An awful lot of work, to be fair, and the privilege of being worked like a cart chocobo. Mumble, mumble. Ah, there is that too. As busy as we've been, I wish there was more we could do for you. But no matter what happens, we have to keep believing for a brighter future. When you head back, would you tell the engineers I'll be along shortly with refreshments? That's very kind of you, Tataru. They'll be glad to hear it. And on that note, Wedge and I should get going. Still a few more supplies together before we return. Adios, fellas. Terribly sorry for the wait. Right this way, if you please. Right, I don't believe the two of you have been formally introduced. This is Varsarud, from Palaka Stand. Ah yes, it was you who helped us at Perusa. And again when crossing the ice fields, was it not? I doubt we exchanged little more than glances then, but it's kind of you to remember me. Thanks to Mistress Tataru, I and many of my friends have found gainful employment in this foreign land. It is only natural to feel fear in the face of calamity. In such times we must look to one another for strength and succor. I know not whether we will come to call this place home or return to Thavnir, but we are here today and are glad to have contributed to the cause. And contribute they did by helping to make your new garments as durable as possible. We put our hearts and souls into them, and I have every confidence they'll keep you safe in the battles to come. Gods, to think how far we've come since our humble beginnings at the Waking Sands. From the rising stones to the falling snows and even a certain insufferable someone's ruby bazaar, we were always fortunate to find friends along the way. Even when you were swept away to the first, Grahatia was there to grant you sanctuary. I'll never forget the relief I felt when all returned to us, I thought my heart would burst. Yours has been a long, long journey, and I've been privileged to watch, often with bated breath, as you persevere through time and again. Which is why I promise to send you off to the Sea of Stars with a smile. And you can be certain I'll be the first one to welcome you back on your return. In addition to your new ensemble, we have raiments and weaponry for every need. So please feel free to browse our stock. Oh, so you just unlock it all. Okay. Hey, there we are. So I need to do the class quest. Well, I think it's time we go and do that. Where is it? No, not Apalathia Spine. You should be at Rogger's Reach or Alagana. No, okay, where is it? Stein Rogger's Reach. No, I don't think it's in Rogger's Reach, would make sense. Oh, no, wait a minute. I'm being stupid. Wait, what? I'll keep it like that. That looks better. Yeah, okay, there it is. Here to see Commander Alden. I take it this way, please. Hope you don't mind the detour, but I do want to die this. Our request for an audience with the Sultana has been accepted. Before we depart, I'll share what we've learned since last we spoke. The blasphemy continues to elude us, all the while driving others to succumb to despair in turn, even with Alamigan and Uldan forces searching the signs of the beast and more potential victims. We've yet to discern a pattern in the chaos. Nevertheless, if our blasphemy is like others, its behavior is likely dictated by the passions and regrets of the man it once was. Therefore, any information concerning him and the life he led may help us track it down before it strikes again. We don't want people to shun the families of the skulls any more than they already are, but the fact remains that the vast majority of the beasts have been born from them. They're the ones at greatest risk of turning, without question. Ferdolo concerns me too. She came close to transforming once before, so I think it might be best if we keep her out of this after all. I'm inclined to agree with Mira. She was able to resist the transformation and has shown no signs of succumbing since then. If she wants to do her part, I'd say we let her. If only I could go in her stead. Actually, I was hoping you'd come with us to meet the Sultana. I believe she would benefit greatly from your understanding of the struggles of our people face. You'd gain the experience too, but she's not the sort of brandish a sword and charges to battle. You'll soon discover she's a champion of her own arena, as brave as any warrior. I doubt she'd have much to learn from the likes of me, but it would be an honor to make her acquaintance. Arnwald and I will go ahead and wait for you at the hustings strip. We'll see you anon. Am I wearing jeans or something? Oh wait, no, that's a different quest. Master Papashan was just telling us that Nanamo, or should I say Lady Lilira, okay, has gone on another of her jaunts about the city. Though it is not my place to question her grace's judgment, I do wish she had consulted me before running off on her own, and perhaps I'm overthinking it, but it's unlike her to keep guests waiting. If I may say so, sir, with blasphemies appearing throughout the land, it's a dangerous time to be going for a stroll. I suspect that may be the very reason she wishes to see for herself how the citizenry fare in these trying times. Even so, it's downright reckless. We'll find her, though. No, I couldn't possibly allow such esteemed guests to. Come now. We might be here on official business, but we're old friends. And as you may remember, I have a knack for trekking down here at Sultana's. Some might say that knack is rather charitable, and I should be glad of the assistance. I'll take a look around here. Quizzing the locals will give me an opportunity to learn of recent going-ons in Uldatu. Well then, there's no time like the present. Fear not. With me on the case, this will be over before you know it. It's been some time since I last combed these streets for young Lily Rao. As a matter of fact, Papa Sean and I would compete to see which of us could find her first. As I recall, most of the contests ended in my favor. The trick, you see, is to look past the disguise and pay attention to the gestures and mannerisms. The tiniest movement that might give her away. Come, I'll show you how it's done. Okay. That's odd. I've tried all her usual haunts, so unless she's hiding inside a barrel or something equally nonsensical, she must be elsewhere. Gods, why does she choose now of all times to run off? What if she's been abducted or run afoul of a beast? You're right, I know, but it's hard not to worry. Where could she be? Come to think of it, something Papa Sean said caught my ear. He thought Nanamo went on this excursion because of the emergence of blasphemy and the beast, to better understand how her people are coping with the situation. If so, she'd be driven to seek out the most desperate and destitute. Per lame, then. Might I ask you to lead the way? I'll admit my ability to track missing persons have been dulled somewhat. Berlin has ever been plagued by pickpockets and the like. I'll watch your back, so go ahead and give the search for your full attention. Oops. There she is. Raoban, whatever are you doing here? And Mira too. While I'm glad to see you both, our meeting is not yet due to commence for several bells. What is the meaning of this? We were, and with good reason. These are far too dangerous times to be roaming about alone, your grace. Ha ha ha, some things never change, but I assure you I'm quite capable of looking after myself in my own city of all places. More importantly, I wish to observe firsthand how the people have been faring of late, that I might be better prepared to participate in our discussion later. When I finish, you will be comforted to hear. Then pray allow us to escort you to more amenable surroundings. Would you care to ride on my shoulder? Certainly not. You have already attracted more than enough attention. One moment. Right, I'm back. Now we're heading back up. I thank you all for making the journey here during these difficult times. And it is my pleasure to properly make your acquaintance. On behalf of the people of Eorzea, allow me to express my sincerest gratitude for your continued dedication to our cause. With respect, Your Grace, I'm just a soldier. Was a soldier. Still, I say Commander Alden would not make such a distinction, and neither will I. Yet you yet serve your people and have provided solace to many Alamigos. If we are to deal with this threat, we must We must forearm ourselves with knowledge. I understand you come bearing information regarding the blasphemy and its whereabouts. We have indeed. Hence the need to locate families of Crania Lupi members who have fled. There is no end to the struggles faced by Alamigan refugee, and those who once pledged allegiance to the Empire are no exception. But rest assured that irrespective of their past, all will be treated with an even hand. All will be afforded such aid as I am able to provide. Magnanimous as always, Your Grace. If I might be so bold, I have a question. What do you have in mind for those most at risk of undergoing transformation? I believe there is but one recourse. Earnest and open dialogue. While some are born into unimaginable wealth, others suffer great hardship and oppression. The circumstances of our birth are beyond our control, our fate subject to the whims of the gods, some would argue. I once thought myself a prisoner to my fate, a figurehead, helpless to watch on as my people starved, a powerless puppet. I wanted nothing more than to cast it all aside to free us all, but failed from my naivety, and then was afforded a second chance for my privilege. The world is unfair, terribly so, but we have the power to push back against the inequalities and injustices, if not overcome them on blessed occasions. To love our neighbor and share in life's bounties. Truer words were never spoken. But without the support of the people, such words are naught but vain platitudes. Thankfully, my recent attempts to make inroads with the monetarists have met with success. Despite differing views on many subjects, we yet strive to find common ground. Common ground. We've been pouring all of our efforts to aiding families of Crania Lupi, and while it seemed to help to a degree, some have still succumbed and turned. Of course, they're not the only ones in danger. Alamegans everywhere, whether they sided with the Empire, fought for the resistance, or were caught in the middle, they all suffered. They all wake up in the night at times, haunted by memories of death and despair. We know what can happen if those feelings are left to fester. The legacy of the Imperial occupation will not soon be forgotten, but rather than seek to forget, mayhap it is necessary to remember, to acknowledge and accept the truth of it, that they may properly mourn those who have lost. Aye, a remembrance. I propose we hold a memorial ceremony for those who died during the war. Everyone, no matter who they were or what they did, let them be loved, let them be hated, but above all, let them be remembered. And in the remembering of the dead, in their honor and their sin, we, the living Alamigo, may yet find a silver of common ground. It's a noble sentiment, but bringing together people who have reason to distrust one another and risk inflaming tensions could be a recipe for disaster. Then again, we can't keep ignoring the merit in the room and do nothing to address the situation. As long as we leave it to the individuals to decide whether or not to attend the ceremony, I think it's worth a try. Organizing an event of this scale will require a great deal of effort, so I offer my full support. Once you know what's needed, come to me and we'll put the plan into action. Obviously, some will balk at the idea, which is perfectly understandable, so I'll be listening to their opinions as well. After all, we want it to be a ceremony that brings Alamegans together. And I was wondering, Your Grace, if I might ask about your approach to, well, talking to people, winning them over. As you can tell, I'm no politician, so I'd be grateful for any advice you can share with me. Why, I would be delighted to. As a matter of fact, I have a number of matters I wish to discuss with you. I knew Arenval would make a good impression, but he's outdone himself. Not only has he found a new avenue in life to explore, he's taken to it with considerable aplomb. And while his proposed memorial ceremony is bound to have its detractors, I have faith that many will come around. Not all, but enough, I pray. For our part, we must stand at the ready for whatever may occur. I shall send word if there are any developments. There you are, Mira. Commander Alden has asked me to convey to you the following information. At present, we are looking into reports of missing relatives in Kranianuki. With the cooperation of the Silver Griffins, we're currently searching for any clues as to their whereabouts. Thanks to the concerned efforts of Ragan Frid and the others, the general public has been willing to cooperate with our investigations, though many still harbor feelings of distrust for the collaborators and their kin. They've grown more receptive to our cause on the whole. Arnwell's been making steady progress in preparing for the memorial ceremony. He plans to host a meeting between the various community leaders to go over the final details. In fact, he was wondering whether you could assist in delivering the invitations. If you could spare the time, you should be able to find him in the Mercantile District. Anyway, that's all for now. I have a few matters to attend to, so if you'll excuse me, my duty calls. Thanks for coming. It should come to no surprise that planning a memorial ceremony for a whole bloody nation would keep a man busy, but by Robert, this is something else. The hardest part's been gathering information on those who died in the war, especially when it comes to the skulls and other conscripts, and they're the ones we need to treat most carefully. If we don't acknowledge the crimes of our kin and all their painful truth, then we do a disservice to their victims, living and dead. But if we let people paint themselves as monsters who did monstrous things we believe we would never do, then we perpetuate a different but no less dangerous life. As for preparing the event itself, I'll be holding a meeting with members from each of the settlements around Gearbania. I've sent invitations to most of them already, but I was hoping you'd help me with at least 2. Miraz Noon in the Peering Stones and Sarisha in Viranilia. I'll give you 1 for each. To be honest, I wouldn't be surprised if they refuse, considering how their people suffered at the hands of the skulls, but I hope we can remind them that deep down we're all just people trying to survive to protect our loved ones. We may have driven the Empire from our lands, but as long as we hold fast to grudges born of their attempts to divide and set us against one another, we'll never be free of their legacy of cruelty. With that in mind, I've included an account of my experiences with the Silver Griffins and the people I've met, victims, collaborators, their friends, and their family, men and women who lived through it all, survivors. Even if they refuse to join the ceremony, at least they will know, and hopefully understand our reasons for holding the event. Granted, I've not had much practice in writing important letters, but I think they'll get the message. You being the one to deliver them will make a world of difference, I'm sure. Take care, won't you? Greetings, friends. It has been too long since last we spoke. What brings you to my village? Got this letter to send you to you. So the rumors are true. I need not read this letter in full to know its contents. I understand the Ragged Friends volunteers are working to support the families of those lost in war, which few will deny is a worthy cause, but to include the relatives of Crania Lipi, the Skulls watched the Empire slay us in our thousands, and still they turned their cloaks and fought for our oppressors, and you would ask us to mourn the deaths of these curs alongside their victims? To dismiss it out of hand would be discourteous. Very well. Yeah, I have the decency to read the letter. Family. As Noon, my tribe is my family, and I know all too well the responsibility that brings. I would do anything to protect them. Anything. Loyalty, pride, conscience, my very soul. All are meaningless if I cannot ensure the safety of those I love. I suspect some Skulls have been faced with the self-same choice, but to see how their kin suffered, I cannot say I do not understand. Though I wish that I did not. Their crimes will never be forgiven, but they cannot be. But I and any others who are willing can offer our prayers for those tortured souls and the men they could have been. I accept the invitation, not on behalf of the M tribe, but the Maraznun, though I will put the question to my people. I am also eager to make the acquaintance of the person who wrote this letter. He is not one to turn a blind eye to the bitter truth, painful though it is to confront him. The meeting will be the perfect opportunity to take his measure. Welcome to what we owe the pleasure of your visit. Then it is as I suspected. There have been rumors of that such a ceremony would take place. Although you have traveled far to make this invitation, I must decline. We cannot mourn the loss of the fallen of the Crania Lupi are to be counted among them. Like the Kalyana, they chose to aid the Guardian oppressors, killing and bleeding for those who would pillage our lands, cowards and traitors all. And are we to assume that Kalyana, who died fighting for the Emperor, will be honored as well? If so, that is all the more reason for us to refuse. If you insist. No one was spared suffering in the occupation, not the resistance, not the collaborators, not the families of both, no one. That so many die in shame and ignominy, having sold their souls only to lose everything, is a tragedy, and a lesson. If they are forgotten, then the lesson of their folly is forgotten. For the sake of this land we call home, I will join you in remembrance and implore my people to do the same. In mourning, may we strengthen our ties with our neighbors as well. By facing our past, we can build a foundation for lasting peace and prosperity. It would be my honor to attend the proposed meeting, and I look forward to personally thanking your friend Endwalker for his dedication. I and my peers have much to learn from the example he has set. Oh, he's just right there. So how did you fare in the fringes? Now they both agreed. You say that about me? It's rare for me to get such glowing praise, especially from renowned leaders like Sir Risha and Rasnuden. More importantly, though, they agreed to attend the meeting, and I've got you to thank for that. After all, I imagine it's hard to turn down an invitation when it's hand-delivered by the Warrior of Light herself. Before I get ahead of myself, though, I must remember that this is only the beginning. Bringing everyone together is one thing, coming up to an agreement on an extremely divisive issue is a different kettle of fish entirely, as Her Grace was quick to point out. But as she's taught me, if our cause is just and our hearts are true, those of like mind will surely answer the call. And answer it they have. While there are bound to be differences of opinion, I'm sure there's nothing we can't overcome if we put our minds to it. To that end, I was hoping you could join us. If you have the time to spare, there are still a few loose ends Ragged Friend and I to tie up beforehand, so we'll meet you in the place as soon as you can. Just having you there will make a world of difference. So while we all agree upon the importance of the ceremony, we recognize the inclusion of the Crania Lupi will be distressing for many. I too lost family in their hands, and I will never ask others to forgive and forget. But for all their crimes, they were Alamegans, just like us. None made the decision to side with Gollum lightly. They had a choice, and they chose to betray us. Who among us have not made difficult choices for kith and kin? And do not forget that Fordola chose to stand between us and a primal. What does that have to do with it? Yeah, this won't be easy. Brothers and sisters, arguing will avail us not. The fate of Alamigo rests on my shoulders and yours, on those of every man, woman, and child that calls these lands home. To uphold our honor, to strive for prosperity, to protect our loved ones, we all know the weight of these responsibilities. It was that self-same weight which drove many of our people to serve our oppressors, misguided as it was. And though they chose a different, unconscionable path, in the end we all wanted to the same thing, to deliver our families from persecution, that they might live to see one more day, because another day in shame and self-hatred was still better than none at all. The regretful dead are survived by their despair. A despair which threatens to drag us all into an abyss from where there is no escape. Know that there is surely a will if we welcome so much talking. But we Alamegans will not be so easily defeated. We will stand united and conquer this menace. past is ours to bear, all of it, for ourselves and for future generations, so that they needn't suffer like you. Let us make Alamigo a nation where no man is left behind, where he can make all the wrong choices and still be afforded the chance to make a right one. Oh, what happened now? What do you mean she escaped? She literally ran away? It's just right here. Okay. Oh, there we are. Well, let's see what this crazy blasphemy's gonna look like. Holy shit. Now we know the full story of this.
As one! Persona!
Your business with Tataru was finished. My, what a thoughtful surprise. Whatever would we do without her?
Indeed. And she's right, you know. It hasn't been all doom and gloom.
Feels like a lifetime ago that Master Louis Soir gathered us together to form the Circle of Knowing. Since then, we have experienced much. But rather than feeling wiser, the more I learn, the more I find my knowledge lacking.
Forsooth. As a student, vainly did I believe that I held the secrets of creation in my grasp. Yet that which I had seized was but an insignificant sliver of what awaited in the wider world. Every encounter, every experience hath served to open mine eyes, enlightening and humbling me in equal measure. Even from those whom I called enemies have I learned many a valuable lesson.
What will we learn at the edge of the universe, I wonder?
Ultima Thule, where the bringer of the end makes her nest. I, for one, can't possibly imagine. But whatever awaits us there, we will survive. We must. For her. Oh, ye of little faith. I know better than to leave home without ample supplies, thank you very much. Didn't pick up the gunblade yesterday. And to think I used to prefer fighting from the shadows. Gods, I really have changed.
We've come far together, and if we have aught to say about it, we'll go further still. Aye, we will avert this calamity and return home. In preparation for which, we must give thought to what we hope to achieve after the proverbial dust has settled.
What with the primals and Ascians all but dealt with, I suppose we'll need to look for new hobbies. In all seriousness, though, in uniting to overcome a common foe, the disparate peoples of the world have found a way forward together. It's a truly gratifying sight to see.
Indeed. Though it was many years in the making, we have successfully set in motion the gears of fundamental change. With this, we have fulfilled our humble role as a symbol of hope. And I dare say it is time to bow out. After all, there is no shortage of hands to bear the torch in our stead.
You know, I never really considered I might live long enough to see an after. But even if my time as a scion came to an end, I don't expect that much would change. Traveling the world, going wherever the wind blows, lending a hand to those in need.
A journey for journey's sake. It doth suit thee well. I must confess I too have yearned to see more of the world. If thou art amenable to the suggestion, I would accompany thee. Mine ability to effect an air of normalcy through artful disguise is much improved, thou must concede.
Aye, well, improvement is relative. You still look suspicious no matter what you wear. What of you, Ishtola? Any grand plans?
Why, continue my quest for knowledge, naturally. To begin with, I wish to know the state of the reflections, to which end I must find a means to travel between worlds. 'Tis the least I must do if I am to keep my promise. Should my pursuits prove unduly arduous, I won't hesitate to call on you. And in return, I will take you to see Reen one day. I'm sure you cannot wait to see the fine young woman she has become.
Spare me.
And what of thee? What wouldst thou pursue at duty's end?
Here's yours. My apologies for the wait.
Well, shall we make a toast? To victory.
To our comrades.
To the future of the star.
Oh!
Knowing them, they're probably dreaming about the celestial adventures to come. Just as well. They've been running themselves ragged of late. Unlike you and the others, I'm a few steps removed from the danger and excitement. The things you all get up to never fail to impress me. But by the same token, I can't help but worry. Not only for your safety, but for your happiness. After everything you've sacrificed, you earned it 1,000 times over. From the simple pleasures of tucking into a hearty meal or collapsing into a comfortable bed, to the grand triumphs of visiting legendary lands or finding true love. You deserve all the joy in the world. There is so much that life has to offer, so much to be treasured and shared with those we hold dear. So promise me this. Come what may, you won't give up on your own happiness. When you're out there fighting tooth and nail, it's all too easy to forget. But in the end, your passions will be your greatest strength of all. Remember that.
This feels familiar. Well, 'tis good to be... wait. What am I... Gods, don't tell me I fell asleep.
Not that there's any shame in it, but you were sleeping like babies.
Oh, how embarrassing.
Not a word to anyone. Understood? Not one word.
I'm told that sleeping in proper beds of your own choosing is a much more effective way to prepare for battle.
So, what were the two of you doing here?
I had a few books to return to the library. Thought I'd take care of it while I could.
And you?
Oh. What brings you here? Ah, so you were worried that the Levier household might again be gripped by turmoil. All is well, I assure you. In my letters home, I had made mention of Estinian, you see. My mother wished to meet the legend in person, and so we arranged to have a spot of tea together.
Where were you in my hour of need? Fell beasts I can face, but I'm not made for idle chit-chat with lords and ladies.
Well, I for one thought you held your own. Mother was the picture of delight.
I might have been delighted myself, were we in a tavern with more agreeable drink. The thought of fleeing crossed my mind, but what then? I'd never hear the end of it, least of all from Tataru.
I'm sorry. 'Twas not my intent to cause you such distress. It's just... it was one of the things I didn't want to leave undone ere we set forth. That's not to say I think we won't be returning. Yet, given what lies ahead, I did not wish to leave for later that which I could do today. After all, tomorrow is never promised.
It's fine. Not like I had better things to do. Besides, seeing you with your mother brought back fond memories of my own. Be we rich or poor, family is family. Well, it's past time we were on our way.
Wait! Since I left home, I've made a great many mistakes. Mistakes for which I can never make amends. But through it all, you didn't give up on me. To have returned here with you at my side, it means more to me than you know. Thank you, from the bottom of my heart. Forgive me, but it needed to be said.
I'm the one who owes you thanks. Were it not for you, I would not be alive today, nor come to terms with Nidhogg's spirit. I am ever grateful.
No, I'm not. And I'm proud of that.
You will never get what you want. Not even the battle you pine for so dearly. In that transcendent moment, what was it that I sought in you? And what was it that you sought in me?
How often have we thus assembled? To combine our knowledge and seek solutions to the problems before us.
Back at the Waking Sands, it was all we could do to address the most minor of troubles. Who could have realized what we'd find when we began to look to the sources of the realm's woes?
At the Rising Stones, we made great strides and shared many moments, from the joyous to the sorrowful.
We've had occasion to call other places home too. Be it Ishgard or Kugane, we were fortunate to find sanctuary wherein we might take stock and continue our fight.
Boo, surprise.
I was honored to host this company in the Crystarium. To stand with you all as we
Yeah, it's
confronted
mute
the
for
truth
quite
of the
a while.
star itself.
And now from this place, we go to fight the most important battle of all.
The Forum has sent word. The Ark is ready. The Loporrits naturally will be commanding the vessel. They will see the 8 of you to Ultima Thule.
Right, this is it. At Journey's End.
Upon arriving, your objective is to find and vanquish Meteion. As a final formality, the Forum bade me ascertain your resolve. So, are you certain you wish to do this?
I mean, no turning back now.
We are.
Then, ere you report to Thalmasane, I leave you with these words. You must triumph. What that means will differ for each of you. To make it back home, or to simply avert doom, or perhaps something else altogether. Yet whatever it is that drives you, I have faith in its power to see you through. So please, triumph. Triumph, as we who remain behind believe you will.
Let us be off then.
Wait! Both Kryl and I will be there to see you off, but as your receptionist, I feel I need to say this here. Safe journey, all of you, and be safe.
I suppose this is where we part ways, for now at least. Would that I had sage words of wisdom to share ere you depart. Mayhap the teachings of Galut Baldassian will suffice. Surrender not to anger or hatred, he said. Look beyond them, and there find strength. What one sees beyond is open to interpretation, I think. But for me, it would be the things I cherish most in life. Things I believe are worth fighting for. Something to consider as you venture onto the sea of stars. Everyone is here. Wow. Definitely gotta screenshot this.
All present and accounted for? Good. As you will have heard, the Ark is ready. All that remains is to board and be on your way.
I've seen my fair share of tight schedules, but this was bloody murder.
Acid and arrow.
But we did it. We finished the ship. It's safe, fit for purpose, and looks good to boot. Aye, it's a garland through and through.
I really don't know what we'd do without you. Thank you for everything.
Ah, don't mention it. Ever since that episode with Omega, I've been toying with the idea of star-faring vessels. And as they say, necessity is the mother of invention. We've learned a lot, let me tell you. In case you're wondering about payment, the ongoing existence of the world ought to do. But feel free to throw in a colorful recounting of your journey on your return.
Got nothing to say, Nero?
So, have you thought of a name?
A name? Wasn't everyone just calling it Father's teeny tiny toy boat?
Well, seeing as its purpose has changed, I thought a more eloquent name was in order. I suggested as much to Fortuno, who seemed quite amenable to the idea.
As you know, this vessel is the culmination of heretofore unprecedented collaboration. And though said collaboration is owed to the Scions, there is another whose noble deeds made our work possible. From a fragment of Dalamud, we obtained not only advanced materials such as refined adamantite, but the knowledge to traverse the stars. And this fragment would not have found its way to us had the Archon Louisoix not fought to protect this world. And in so doing, laid down his life. Now that the vessel stands complete, I cannot help but wonder if it was more than mere happenstance. If it was my father's intention to guide us here. In the hopes that his guidance will see you all safely home, I name the vessel after that self-same fragment of Dalamud he delivered unto us. The starship Ragnarok.
Sorry for the wait. I got everyone you asked for, and not a one less.
Oh wow, the beast tribes.
What are you all doing here?
Oh, I invited them. The representatives of those tribes with religious inclinations. You've done a fine job of readying the Ragnarok, but for it to take flight, we'll of course need the power of the Mother Crystal. Given its immense size, however, transporting it would be an absolute logistical nightmare, not to mention we'd need to shatter it into tiny shards for feeding to the engines. But a brilliant idea came to me. We convert the crystal's energy into forms that can transport themselves!
Thou wouldst employ summoning, or should I say its precursor, creation magics.
Ooh.
Care to explain for our benefit?
As you may have witnessed at Bestway's Burrow, the Loporrits are capable of creation magics, which they use to shape the moon's environment. Yet simple though they make it seem, 'tis a highly advanced and exacting art. To perform it correctly, requireth that the wielder holdeth the object in his mind's eye in clearest detail.
Hence the ancients' meticulous management of concepts.
Drawing upon this art, the Ascians conceived of summoning as we know it. A derivative that replaceth the complexity of concepts with the simplicity of zealotry to make manifest a creation.
I see. By combining the Loporrit's magics and the tribe's faith, we convert the Mother Crystal into primals of purer form and greater obedience. Summoning as it was intended, one might say.
Indeed! Indeed! While Heidelin gave us the ability to use creation magics, she forbade us from using it to make anything possessed of a soul, or similar. She didn't say anything about fulfilling the desires of others, though. So, borrowing our friend's faith, we'll create deities using the Mother Crystal's power and send them to the Ragnarok!
Am I the only one here concerned about the risk of being turned into a tempered minion?
Oh, right, I was getting to that. From what I've read in Sharlayan tomes, it appears the Ascians incorporated an additional nasty element into their summoning method. The fervent desire to assimilate others into one's belief. Beings thus created are instilled with the self-same desire and use their powers to enthrall people, starting with the summoner. In contrast, our creation magics, the original and the best, except no substitutes, don't incorporate any of that rubbish, so there's no risk of tempering. I mean, if the being was on the scale of Zodiac, you might feel a little tug, but I think we'll be safe enough.
Truth be told, I do not understand the intricacies of this plan. But none of us would ever turn our backs on you. When the avatars of our faith ran amok, you intervened without decrying we who birthed them. Where others vilified and suppressed us, you offered understanding and friendship. In gratitude, we will share with you the true expressions of our gods. Not malevolent deities, but benevolent saviors.
Alright, you lot, we're heading to the ethereal sea. Stay in sight, else you're liable to get lost.
Lead the way!
May we have a moment? In anticipation of the day man might journey to the stars, we developed these.
A phone?
Portable teleportation devices. One for each of you, designed to work in tandem. Press the button on one, and in a matter of moments, all 8 will activate and send their owners back to the Ragnarok. There is no telling what hazards you may encounter. If you find yourself separated or lost, please do not hesitate to use them. Be safe, all of you, and come back.
You as well. I pray you take care.
Looks like everything is in order, so I'll go ahead and board. A few of my fellows will remain to assist with the summonings, but rest assured, the vessel won't want for competent crewing.
If you are ready, then you should board as well. Go, and Godspeed.
If you would come this way, I would direct you to the bridge. On boarding the Ragnarok, several cutscenes will play. Alright, this is it. To the edge of the universe. Man, look at these rabbits go. Sleeping ways now is not the time.
Welcome to the bridge, everyone! I hope you have everything, because I can't be bothered turning back. Right then, make yourselves comfortable. We're setting off in just a moment.
It's incredible.
This is Forshano. Can you hear me?
Okay, that's loud.
The preparations for the summonings are complete. In accordance with the 14th phase of the plan, we have moved the Ragnarok to the launch site. The gates are open. You may depart when ready.
So, are we ready?
As ready as we'll ever be. Let's get going.
Oh, come on. The burnt-out star's got more fire in its belly. Try it again, with feeling.
I have a footnote to it.
Me? But I...
No need to be coy, brother. Do it, and do it well.
If you all insist. Onward unto the distant stars and beyond.
That delivery.
Ragnarok, engage.
Engage!
Engage!
That's Power Rangers? What the hell is that? There's Ifrit, Titan. Oh, there's all of them.
Ah! That I must carry Landwalker
cannot imagine a greater indignity.
Do not sulk
Hey,
so,
Susano.
for thy mighty winds exist not only to buffet and batter. Nay, they may serve also to thrust forth with vigor. Such is thy glory, and thus it is an occasion to rejoice. So come, let us revel!
So long as the wind blows freely, I suppose all is as it should be in creation. I will render unto them a storm, that they may pierce the firmament and fly free!
Still in one piece? Good. Sleeping way? Report?
All's well. Fantastic, even. Thanks to the power of those primals, the engines are roaring and we're ripping along.
All values are also within projected ranges. Time to destination is 8 carats. Perhaps 7 at a pinch. All right, let's go over some points of caution. Our destination, as you know, is Ultima Thule. Lest you wonder, the place is not a star so much as a patch of emptiness. That's the extent of what our equipment could determine, anyway. From what we know of Meteon, she's likely used dynamis to obfuscate her location.
So, in conclusion, we'll only know what's there when we get there.
The crew and I will see to it the ship's ready to take off at a moment's notice. We'll support the search as best we can, but it'll be your paws on the ground, assuming there is any.
Yeah, we don't even know what to expect once we reach their destination.
Heidelin believes in you, so you ought to believe in yourselves. Just don't do anything I wouldn't, like waiting too long to use those portable teleporters of yours. Personally, at the slightest sign of trouble, I'd mash the button to bits, and you should as well.
Understood. We promise to be careful.
I suggest you brace yourselves. We're about to arrive, and the vessel will shake a good bit. What is this? Something is interfering with the equipment.
Oh.
Greetings.
Oh shit. And we're back to horror movie again.
Greetings. Can you hear me?
So this is Meteion.
Oh. Have you met one of my sisters? I don't remember meeting you myself. But I do know that you're from Atheris. Why have you come? All you had to do was wait. I would have delivered to you your ends.
We didn't ask for that.
I don't understand. All life is destined to end. Why choose to prolong your suffering? Effort, ambition, love, they amount to naught. Happiness, should you find it, is inevitably lost, stolen away by events beyond your control. There is no logic nor meaning in it. You think there is. Convince yourselves. But it's all a cruel accident. Come now. I speak the truth. A truth you would recognize if you looked up at the night sky. Unbroken emptiness. Cold, dark, and silent. Your world, like every other, is but a blemish upon its perfect fabric. Life is an anomaly. It is unnatural and cannot continue. The sooner you accept this, the easier it will be.
Just to be clear, we're not here to argue with you.
No, we're just here to straight up kill you, man.
We know that life is fleeting, and that in the short time we have it, we're not assured happiness.
Indeed. I've seen far more sorrow in the eyes of many I've met. I myself have plenty of regrets. And one day they'll die with me. Gone to dust with my good deeds and unfulfilled dreams.
But we accept this. That our existence may seem pointless. That sorrow, rage, and despair will always dog our heels. And we press on regardless. That is why Hydaelyn guided us here. In her boundless love for mankind, she has prepared us for this trial, and in her name, we have come for you.
Yes, I sense it. A burning passion like unto fury. I know it well. For the same passion once burned in many a star before yours. Suffocated and extinguished now.
I can't breathe.
You approach the bounds of my ultimatum, where emotions dictate reality, where resignation and acceptance unite to embrace the end, where those who yet valiantly cling to life can thrive.
I see everyone except Thancred. Where is he?
By the Fury.
Thancred?
Oh, where is he?
Meteon has gone as well. Mayhap he awakened first and gave chase.
Everyone? It appears we are at our destination. This is Ultima Thule.
Not that we knew what to expect, but I wasn't expecting this. From atmospheric composition to ambient temperatures, all reading to within permissible range. This place is capable of supporting life.
If that's the case, then Thancred may well have gone on ahead. Let's go and have a look. Meanwhile, I want the rest of you to perform a full inspection of the ship, as well as a biological scan.
Alright, let's see what the place looks like.
So it was that the brave wayfarers arrived at last
It
at
is, no
Dream's
talks.
End. In following their path walked and history written, I am made keenly aware of one truth. Though the curtains may fall again and again, so long as others take the
Or is it
stage,
just them
ever
there?
shall there be more tales to tell. So, let them bring it to a close.
Yeah, it's both
I
of
say.
them.
Let the curtains fall upon this, the final chapter in the tale of the star.
Is this a dead star?
As I live and breathe, I live and breathe. Well, the environment itself shouldn't kill us.
Well then, let us search for Thancred while exploring the area. The ship we leave in your care.
Hopefully Thancred's okay. God, that would be worrying. For the sake of it. Look at this place. Holy shit, man. Oh, that's not even that. Oh, god damn. Ruins, but of what, I wonder? Perhaps we can find something to help us understand the nature of this place. A relic, an inscription, anything. Look here, this part is relatively intact. The intricate design of the top does suggest it is man-made, though its builders were surely not hidden as we conceive of them. Having said that, I swear I have seen this pattern before. I thought this hill might afford a better view of our surroundings. Poor decision in hindsight. Besides the light of the ship, all is shrouded in darkness. If Thancred is here, I'd never know it. From what I can tell, we are near the edge of an island, if you can call it that, surrounded by floating debris. Oh, I just noticed the crazy S. Were you able to find anything? As I feared, and still no trace of Thancred. There's nothing but emptiness as far as the eye can see, which unfortunately isn't very far. Though I can't help but suspect that someone or something is here. There are times when I sense it drawing close and then a chill washes over me, leaving me exhausted. Leaving me with feelings of death and anguish. Aside from the dragons, I don't see anything else. What are you talking about? There's nothing there. See, what? Before we jump to any conclusions, perhaps we should search elsewhere. Agreed. We found only more questions when we are in desperate need of answers. There's a fair stretch of terrain from the ship's starboard we've yet to explore. Let us try searching there then. So they don't see it. Ishla doesn't even sense it. Mira, a word before we join the others. You see them too, don't you? The dragons. Okay, at least Estinian sees them. As I thought, their presence is tenuous at best, but there's no mistaking it. No doubt your bond with Midgard, Soma, and mine with Nidhogg is what allows us to perceive them. Could these apparitions be related to the dragons that now live in Altheris? Bah, better to leave such conjecture to the others. In any case, we must be careful. We may soon find dragons they can see as well. Death and anguish. What happened to them, I wonder? So only me and Estinian, because we're connected to dragons, can see them. Interesting. And there's that giant ass planet up there that's basically just a molten rock at this point. So what exactly is all of these pieces floating around?
Dragons? Here?
Hey, you guys can see this.
What you see is a memory of a world that once was. A world suffering a slow death, whose denizens cried out for the release of oblivion.
What? Their world is dead?
It is. Not a single life remains upon that husk floating in the vast emptiness. These creatures are shadow and shade, perpetuated only to suffuse dynamis with their unending lamentations.
Our friend Thancred. Where is he?
A strange question. He is at your side, is he not? Oh yes. He is here and there, and everywhere within this space. He would tell you himself if he had form to form words.
What the fuck did you do to him?
Huh. Such loathing and uncertainty. You don't know why you still exist. In like manner to the oblivion I send, I tried to drown out your ether with dynamis. Beginning with this Thancred, who came at me despite being unable to breathe. Such a simple thing, unmaking men. In the blinking of an eye, he was gone. Didn't even have the chance to be transformed.
You motherfucker.
Yet somehow, he managed to leave a slither of himself behind. What you call the heart? Or perhaps the soul. In his final moment, he cried out from it. A single word. Survive. That wish proved stronger than the despair that ruled him. It overpowered it, causing this space to be remade. Into a place you can perceive, and where life can endure. That you draw breath is proof that his soul lives on. For how long, however, remains to be seen.
Well then, we should hurry and tend to business.
It's futile. You will never reach the true me. I told you, Emotions dictate reality in this space. Such changes as you might work will not alter in its nature. You may see, but you cannot touch. Walk, but not advance.
Meteion holds too much sway here. How do we contend with a foe who can unmake us on a whim?
I do not know. But Thancred gave his life that we might come this far. We must press on.
Agreed. We cannot turn tail here. Not without something to show for our comrade's sacrifice.
Man, just like that, Thancred just got taken out. That bitch. Well, shit is really dead serious now. This is basically... Man, why did Thancred have to go out like that? Though thanks to him, though, you actually have a foothold here, sort of. I'm gonna have to continue this tomorrow, though. Might finish this actually by tomorrow. Alright, so I'm gonna have to call it here. See you guys tomorrow for what might most likely will be the final part for the Endwalker story. So, bye-bye.